So today we are here, at least I haven't seen the High Commissioner jump that high. That was a good one. Naweza ita Masai tena. Sorry, bros, but you've done well. Makofi kwa His Excellency. Thank you so much. So, because of time, we are going to go straight to the speeches. And I'm going to invite Judy, who is going to speak on behalf of all the academias in the UK and the learned people in the UK. So welcome, Professor Judy Muzuri. So amesoma huyu.
I need Mama in. Mrs. ESIPISU. Hugging the son. She knows it's Mother's Day. No, but it's important she hears this. Sorry. So as she comes in, let me say I stand here on behalf of the many academics and educators. Let's put it educators in the UK from all levels. From early age, primary, secondary, higher education, further education first, then higher education. And I'm honored, and students as well. So if you're in that category, please stand up. We honor you, because if it's not for you, a lot of us here would not be where we are. So I'm just buying time for Mama to come in. So stand up, we honor you, because it's important we respect teachers. Anybody who is called a teacher, from early to further higher education, once a teacher, always a teacher. And students, so we honor you, and I stand here on your behalf. So this is for all of us. So without further ado, our distinguished guest, Ambassador MANOAH, your wonderful family led by your beautiful wife here, Mrs. I can't pronounce this word very well. Why? Don't look at me. Waidiegeni. Did I get it right?
It's not that difficult.
It's a tongue twister, I know. So led by you, your beautiful soul, without you, I'm sure Ambassador would not have done the excellent job he's done. And I speak here recognizing that I have only 3 minutes, and you know I teach for 3 hours. So 3 minutes is a tall order for me, and he's done amazingly well. And I just want to give a tip of some of the things he's done in academia. And those who are in other sectors, forgive me, but I will concentrate on the higher education because that's where I know best, and that's where I've interacted a lot with Ambassador MANOAH. So, Balozi, we are here to thank you as academia and people that have really championed UK-Kenya partnerships, and you've really enabled us to thrive in that space, and it is our turn to tell you thank you for your commitment. We know education is part of the Vision 2030, and you've really done it with a full, wholehearted heart. You've been there, and you've pushed us as much as we've pushed you. And for those who know the kind of things Balozi has done, he's been amazing. The students who are here, perhaps you've been, to the many student conferences the High Commission has facilitated, the last one being 2023 in De Montfort University. He's been to the previous one before that, besides the online one when COVID happened. We were in Nottingham Trent, and we've been to many places. Balozi has done many miles. If there were car miles of whatever miles that are given, he has done a lot doing support services for our students. He's traversed the entire country from Scotland to Wales. He's not only been an ambassador to our students, he's been a father figure, and I know that for sure. He's supported, he's provided counsel to our students. He's gone beyond duty to support our students. We know the students have very difficult situations, some that, the embassy may not even be able to address, but he's done his utmost best to support students. So we thank you for all those trips you've done across the country for our dear students. They are, they are the leaders, the future leaders of today, as I call them. So asante sana for nurturing our students. The UK-Kenya partnerships, perhaps you've seen vice chancellors come on exchange trips. He has enabled that, he's facilitated that year after year. And a lot of projects has come out of those visits. I know because the mining project that you know very well was emerged because of one of those visits where, the vice chancellors came. And because of those visits, when we showcase what Kenya does, then some interest emerged. And you all know of the great partnership. Just one example. I'm picking examples here and there. The great partnership between University of Manchester and Kenyatta University that has enabled a world-class cancer center to be established there, and it could not have been possible without the support and the push that Balozi has had. And there are so many things I can stand here to say. And I tell you, you've left a great legacy. Under you, I think we've worked with 3 education attaches. Are there 3? Margaret Lesuda, we had Dorothy. Oh, Lesuda was before you. Thank you. And so what I want to say in conclusion, because you've done a lot even policy-wise to support a lot of things, including the visa, the 2-year post-study visas for our students, and many things. All I want to say is we thank you, we see you, we appreciate you, we honor you, and we really hope that your next the person you'll hand on the baton to will even strengthen this academic bond that we have. And we are here as academia to support you, to support the embassy towards achieving that which Kenya desires. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor Judy, for those beautiful words. So we'll go to the health sector. We have got Bernice. Put your hands together for Bernice. 3 minutes, please.
3 minutes before I even arrive. Does this count? So my name is Bernice Bore. I am a lead nurse in one of the NHS hospitals in this country, but I'm originally a Kenya registered community health nurse, so I came here to work. It's not about me, but it's about our ambassador, and it's difficult when you follow an academia because I don't know where I will pick up, but I concur with most of the things that Judy has said is what I was going to say. In terms of the health sector, I'll start off by saying a huge thank you because you've created a lot of opportunities for our health workers into the UK over your term in office, Your Excellency. And during your time, we've had 3 health MOUs which have been signed. So there is the health workforce MOU which has been signed. It's still in communication. It's not quite finalized, but I can say that we've made progress and we've had nurses coming along. Some of you are witnesses of this. The organization I work for, we've received 70 nurses. So it is working, but it's getting better. So we are grateful. The other one that I would want to touch on is what Judy has touched on, the Kenya-UK Healthcare Alliance. I sit in the steering committee. It's chaired by Lord Jeremy Lefroy, and he passes his gratitude for your support in the organization. And that is where the Kenyatta Teaching and Referral Hospital partnership with Manchester University was born. And within that MOU, we've now had 56 partnerships between UK and Kenya, which is one of the partnerships that we are doing, and recently funded by Tropical Health Trust, is the organization I lead, the Kenya Nurses and Midwives Association UK, is a partaker of that. So we are grateful that you supported us not only in this country, but to give back to our community back home. Your Excellency, I have been speaking to people in this room, and your leadership is palpable. If you allow me just to have a couple of sentences about myself, the Jamhuri Day celebrations in 2021, I was one of the ones that you mentioned for the outstanding work that I was doing. And I had so many phone calls because people wanted to know where I work in London. That was particularly significant that you picked somebody outside London. And like Judy said, you've opened up the country. You've walked around with us. And that's what I'm saying. Your leadership is palpable across the country. So we are grateful. I would also want to mention another specific example. When we launched the Kenya Nurses and Midwives Association, I remember you were our chief guest and you promised to come and help opening those clanky doors. So when you see Balozi jumping here, I didn't know he can jump like a Maasai, but I know he can jump in his seat to make things work. So we will be forever grateful. For me, as a person, when you awarded me or mentioned me on Jamhuri Day celebrations, it made me feel loved, and it gave me the confidence to feel that I can. And from then, I've had one award after another. And some of the things, including the highest award, is the Silver Award from Dave Broodme, who is our current chief nurse last year. So I'm forever grateful. And so many of us here, I can see a few notes in the room, that can resonate with that empowerment, that you've empowered us to be what we need to be, and particularly in a country where we are still fighting health inequalities and all other inequalities in the country. And I can see still heads nodding. I'm sure it's not everybody will have the microphone, but they're agreeing with what I'm saying. So your leadership, your resilience, your persistence has made us what we need to be in this country. What I can say is We guarantee you continued support of the mission in London, and we guarantee you undivided commitment. But we believe that this could not have been if you did not have a very supportive First Lady, who we are very grateful, who's come in not as a First Lady, but as a Kenyan community member, mingled with us, danced with us, ate and drank with us, ate with our hands and everything else. So we are immensely grateful, and we wish all of you as a family all the best in you do, and we'll continue flagging the flag of Kenya high in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gweneth. I'll go to the business sector. We have got Elizabeth from Scotland. I know your place is one of the places that Balozi loved to visit in Scotland.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not the best business person, but thanks for giving me that honor. Mine, I won't take even 3 minutes. I'll take just 2 because I'm not very good at public speaking. But I can stand here and thank Your Excellency Balozi and my best friend here without conditions. They have been there for me. They have supported me during my difficult times. And also during our best times, we laugh. We've been very good friends. I remember when Balozi and Waidi again came to UK, and they were to come to Scotland. We had a committee. We looked for the best venue to accommodate them. But they said, we want to go to where Kenyans go, and we want to support Kenyan business. And they came to our restaurant, the Calabash. Thank you so much. You have supported all the small businesses without conditions. I'm here to tell you that the Tusker that we see in UK has always been brought by Nigerian, the cattle industries. They have made it possible for it to be brought here by Kenyans. Thank you so much for being supportive to all of us. The Kenyan consulate, you have made it possible for the consulate to go to come to Scotland. You also chose our venue with all other big venues for the event to be held at our 142B lounge. Thank you so much. We very much appreciate. You have taken it to Edinburgh. You have been to Ireland. All the Kenyans, they are so grateful for you. And I know you are going, but I don't have any words to express, and we just hope the other person who comes will be like the two of you, who are there for us Kenyans to laugh with, to cry with, and to do everything with us without conditions. God bless you and your family. We love you so much, and we very, very much appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Asante sana. We will now go to the political world. We have got Councillor Sylvia. She's one of the best and youngest councillors we have in the UK. How lucky are we?
Thank you. How do I follow what's already been said? Balozi, where do I start? I want to say thank you. I'm speaking here on behalf of Councillor Sally and Elizabeth, who couldn't be here today. I know Sally popped in, but I speak on behalf of all of us, and I also speak for myself. What an esteemed career you've had, and I'm sure you'll continue to have wherever you decide to go next. Thank you for believing in me. I'll speak first in a personal capacity, and then I'll extend it. When I first had a meeting with you, I went with Councillor Sally and Elizabeth, and we came to the embassy, and you made us feel so welcome, and you really listened to us. You sat down, you made the time. And that really meant a lot to me. I really, really appreciated that. So I just want to say thank you for that. In the beginning, I'd say, of my experience, my relationship with the embassy, you've invited me to speak to Kenyan students who have come on a scholarship, and you'd really made an effort to include me as a young person with the mission. And I'd say from my brief experience in politics, it's not always the case that people in positions of power actually make an active, concerted effort to give you a hand and put you in positions that you never really thought you could be in the first place. So I really want to say thank you. I say that from the bottom of my heart. I think you did a really good job of bridging the gap between young people and the mission, because I think as a Kenyan that was born in this country and you have that kind of dual identity, it's I wouldn't say difficult, it's interesting, I'd say, to say the least, trying to navigate that, but I think you've done a really amazing job, and I really appreciate the way that you've just welcomed me with open arms, even if my Swahili is not the best, and my Kenyan knowledge, I mean, culturally it's pretty good, but the language, not so much. But irrespective of that, you've really, really been welcoming, so thank you. And I hope that this is the beginning of that relationship between people that work in local government and the mission. I'm sure there's much more work to be done. I'm looking forward to it. And yes, I'd just like to say, wherever you decide to go next, I'm sure you'll do amazing. Thank you again for really being genuine and just being a really, really great leader of the mission. And you've made it as dynamic and as interesting, as impressive, and as forward-thinking as it is. I think the Kenyan mission has done an amazing job in leading the way for Africa and also the rest of the world. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Give her a better hand clap. She's done amazingly well. And we are proud of you as a young councillor. Aspire to get to that seat over there. It all belongs to us as Kenyans. So you can make it because you are Kenyan. Yes? And she said about Swahili. So I just want to tell the parents here that we still have Swahili lessons for the young ones here, courtesy of Centum and KCCCC. So make sure that you register your children for Swahili lessons. Yes? So we are moving on to the next person on the program. We have the clergy, Dr. Steve Pastor Manuki. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Bwana Lucas. I really appreciate that, and I thank God for the also opportunity to talk to us and also acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, our High Commissioner, MANOAH ESIPISU, and Mama ESIPISU. We really appreciate for what you have done for us as a Kenyan community right here in United Kingdom. I really want to appreciate, because I remember the first time we met when you just landed into the country, and your wordings from those that were organizing, you said equally the same words from our dear lady from the Calabash, that I do not want to go to a business that is not Kenyan. I want to support our local people. And I remember we went down to Thatched House, if you can remember, on that time when you came in. And we had a good time, a good conversation. And let me not forget that I'm here on invitation of one of my sons in the ministry, my son Juma and his wife Hannah. And I appreciate that what you have done and the great testimonials that we have heard, and also what you have done with the education sector, as we've heard from Dr. Judy, and also what we have heard from what has been done also in the sector in politics from our youngest councillor here. We appreciate that. And it is so good when you have a commissioner like the one that we have just had. Is such that we are having a sweet, painful ending to know that you are exiting, while we still feel we are engraved to get to know you more and to get to settle closer to you, and to know that we are a supportive network. I was also privileged when you hosted us, the Clergians, at the High Commissioner during the time we were talking about regulating the clergyons in Kenya because of the effect of the Shakahola with Mutava Musiemi, and it was a great honor. Let me not forget that I'm here with my wife, who is very good in safeguarding and all these terminologies that we presented during the time. Amen. You know, the problem with the pastor, when you speak, you find yourself saying amen. As much as I am a professional, the concluding statement for pastors is amen. So I am just only saying these few words on the basis of Lucas' invitation, because other clergyons, we expected Bishop, Ambassador to be present here, but apparently he has not been present here. The Deputy Commissioner, Bishop Warui, and we thank God for what you have done. Our prayer for you is where the President locates you next, that you will find an embracing Kenyan community like you've heard here, and find other people that will be able to make your task lighter and easy and welcoming, to embrace that vision that you have driven forward. And as a pastor, I would say, many of the times that you will find, there are those that we embrace the vision, and there are those that when they get to the level where they desired to be, don't forget, don't remember, and when they embark on their next level journey, it appears like you never existed. As pastors, we have learned it the hard way, that we press on and we continue to look forward with a great expectation and to what the Lord will do for you in the next level. As a clergyman, I will leave you with this scripture that is in Hebrews 10:35. Hebrews 10:35, if I can paraphrase, is one of my favorite scriptures. It says, hold firm the confidence that you have in God, for with it has a great reward. Because when you hold your confidence to the community, sometimes they may fail you. But when your confidence, because the Bible reminds us in Romans that the government is God delegated, and we work with the government. Amen. Oh, I've come back to amen, yeah? It tells you I'm a preacher. And so, hold on the confidence that you have in God. Knowing your calling, your passion, your assignment by the government, and that what they have delegated you to do, you have done it to your very best. It's sad that you cannot please everybody. It's good sometimes to put these things clear. So don't beat yourself hard. And also, if I have another minute before Lucas takes this mic, is remember the assignment of Christ. And I want you to see yourself as one that God has given an assignment to this nation. And this is how Jesus was. At the peak of his excellence, he had 5,000 following him. And they embraced him. And they continued to celebrate him. But 3 days down the line, we heard them say, he needs to be stoned. When did they miss in 3 days? 1 minute they're saying, we celebrate you. Oh, hail King Jesus. Blessed is he that comes in the name of the Lord. Down the line, they say, crucify him. Jesus did not beat himself hard. Don't beat yourself hard. There are times you will look back and think, the crowd that pursued me when I embraced this position in this country, where are they? God sometimes passes you in narrow places. Jesus, down the line, he turned around to them. He was not like Pastor Steve, who loves the crowd. And he said, are you not following me because of the bread and the fish that you ate? And he left them. Along the journey, we find 5,000 are not there. He has only 72. And as he walks down the line, he trims the number again. He drops 58 of them and is left with 12. Because sometimes the crowd won't take you to the location of the passion that you have. to bring a fulfillment for your calling in God. The 12 thought that it's now done. This is the highest level we can. But Jesus goes down again and he drops from the 12 and he takes only 3 that went with him to the mountain to pray. And if it was you dropped, would you not be angry like Peter? If it was you that you are left, what would you have done? I came to encourage you, Commissioner, when they leave, ask yourself, are they in the 5,000 or are they in the 72 or are they in the 12? Because the journey for completion is narrow. The worst thing you can do is to give a pastor a microphone. God bless you. God bless you. Amen. So, wherever you are going, we look forward. I know my son will fly me to where you are and will come and say, God bless you, and we were glad to have known you. Embrace it, embrace the vision, and also equally, my fellow Kenyans, when it comes to that state and that moment in time, that you're looking forward and you can't see the crowd starting the journey with you, don't beat yourself hard. Ask yourself, what group were they in? Because the 5,000 will have to go. Because they know how to cheer you up when you're going down to the cross. And the 12 as well. There's also a betrayer in their midst. And he has got to go the way of his direction. So the 3 will take you to the mountain. But at the narrowest pass, Jesus left even the 3. And he went and he left them and he lied down on the floor, crying to the Father that his passion be fulfilled. God bless you. I love you so much and I celebrate you.
Amen. You know, I always have a problem with my own pastor because every time I'm leading and he's... Now, you know, pastors always say, I'm coming to an end now. The last point, and then he will say, now I'll give you 4 chapters. Why? And I'm like, you said you're finishing. But that is a wonderful encouragement, man of God. You know, sometimes I know things of the Spirit may flow, but I know that His Excellency has gone home with something. God bless you. So the rest, I'll try to keep you at 2 minutes. I will now have another mic. So that I'll stand and speak. So let's have a women empowerment team from Jindo, Mokami Jindo.
Yes.
Madam Mokami, I've reduced the time to 2 minutes. I now have got somebody who is holding the table for me.
I think I'm going to take 1 minute, Pastor. I'll give you my other 2 minutes so everybody else can have their time. So good evening, everyone. My name's Mokami Jindo, and I'm the founder of Women Empowerment UK, as you've heard. And I'd like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to represent the ladies. And I can see so many of us here who are in Women Empowerment. So thank you. We are a community-based organization, and our vision and aim is to bring the ladies together. We've had a few events, and the aim is just to support each other as women across the country. We don't have any boundaries, so as long as you're one of us, Kenyan ladies, our friends in the UK, because what we want to do is to network, inspire, empower each other, and also celebrate each other. And I think that is one thing that we don't usually do as much as we should as ladies, celebrating each other, just making sure we come together, support, and I think that is something that Your Excellency, I would want to say thank you. In your time, you have supported the women, and we would like to say thank you very much. We are so grateful. And I think our hope is to continue working with the mission, because we would like to continue having a seat at that table. We want to have our voices heard, and I think that is something that we believe will continue to happen. So thank you very much, and we want to wish you the best in your future endeavors. And I'm sure from what you have done in this for us here, you are bound, I think, to do even greater things. So thank you very much.
Yes, that was 2 minutes, 27 seconds, so you doubled it. Thank you so much. We have our... yes, we have got a young man here who has led the Kenyans who came here in the 90s, like myself. we have got Macmillan.
Thank you, Lucas. Whenever I attend farewells, especially of someone who's been in a position of power and influence, I always ask myself, I always ask myself two things. What is the one thing that I shall remember about how they use their power and influence while they're in office? And two, what did I learn from them in my interactions with them? In my many years of living in this country, prior to your administration, Your Excellency, two administrations stood out for me. The first one was Ambassador Sally Kosgei administration in the late 80s and the early 90s. And the second one was Ambassador Nancy Kirui's administration of the 2000s. And the reason they stood out for me was because of their policy of diversity and inclusion. Somewhere along the line, that policy got lost until Your Excellency restored it. And you've given Kenyans, especially the youth, an opportunity to attend all state and mission-related functions, and we no longer see the same old faces attending those functions. As a councillor here alluded, as you can see, there are some young people here, and that is one thing I will always remember about your administration. What did I learn from my interactions with you? As a very good friend of mine told us once, my person is a kind of person who will tell you to go to hell. You find yourself willing and looking forward to the journey, and you're asking for directions. After I heard this, I started paying a bit more attention towards people in influence and people with power say, how they say it, what they did, and how they did it. And I can tell you, I've gained a very, very valuable trait in diplomacy, and it's holding me in good stead. Your Excellency, it's been a pleasure knowing you and your family, my good friend, Waithegani, and I wish you all the best as you embark on your next exciting adventure in your journey in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Macmillan. He's kept to the 1 minute 19 seconds. So we will go to the foreign journalists. So we have got Alex Chamada from Chance Media. Put your hands together for
Hamjambo. Mko bien? Mko sawa? Yeah. I walked in overdressed and I was like, should I go back? I felt like the guest of honor. It's a pleasure to meet you guys, and congratulations to Your Excellency Balozi for the legacy you've left. I personally would like to appreciate Balozi and the family for the support they've given us. Mine begins much earlier when I knew him, or rather from the communication and journalism side, but come to when he was the spokesperson and the administration of former President Uhuru Kenyatta. I happened to quit my job then at Royal Media Services. It's been 10 years running my company called Chance Media. And he was one of those who really taught me there are many stories out there, and everyone has a story. A company has a story. If you depend on your typical media, they'll not tell you your story. It's sensation, it's what, which is fine. News is news. But thanks to his support also, and Chance Media, we've documented so much about Kenya and the world, bringing the world to Kenya and taking Kenya to the world. Go to Turkana, that you know for only famine, hunger, and so on, but you find the most, watch some of the most watched stories about Turkana County, some of those we've documented. Sometimes even he gave me leads into like World Bank, USA, have stories to tell. So that's an area that we've done well as Chance Media, and with the support of Balozi. Then when he came here, we've documented quite a lot about Kenya-UK relations, and he does it so well where the story is complete. I interview him, interview the British High Commissioner in Nairobi, showcasing people-to-people relations, trade opportunities, and so on. Then coming to documenting stories of Kenyans living here, your experiences, knowledge and skills transfer back home. I've featured people like Bernice, thank you Bernice, Esther, and Tyras. I've gone to Calabash. Thank you so much. I enjoyed what did I enjoy there? Yamachoma, yes. So, and many, many more. So you know me for that brand, Daring Abroad. And again, with this support, we ventured into organizing investment forums. And one of the reasons that brought me here is investment forums. And we've diversified. We were in Australia, and we are privileged to be part of the president's team to the US during his visit, and will extend the forums that we've been doing. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have Professor Luis, Intergovernmental Organizations. Put your hands together for Professor.
Asante sana, Luca. My name is Luis Franceschi. I'm French by descent, Venezuelan by birth, and Kenyan by choice. I've been lived in Kenya most of my life, and I will tell you two little stories. Let me put here my time, because a lawyer with a microphone is the closest thing to a pastor. More or less 30 years ago, perhaps 27 years ago, I had invited MANOAH in Parklands to speak to some students. He was talking to a group of us through a common friend, Luigino Myungi. And after the talk, we wanted to be nice, and we asked him, hey, do you need transport? And he said, why? Forgive me, I will say this story. He said, no, I don't. My girlfriend, my fiancée, is coming to pick me. And in fact, she is bright, she is lighter than you. And she's very beautiful. And all of a sudden, a sports white car pulling to the compound, and it was white. And the second story, and I will tell you why I'm telling you these stories, happened in 2022 in Rwanda, Kigali, during CHOGM. CHOGM is the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. And at that meeting, there is a special lunch, which is only for presidents and prime ministers. And in that lunch go the presidents, prime ministers, the Secretary General, and myself as the CHOGM secretary. And suddenly, as I entered, I saw MANOAH sitting outside under a tree, there very close with the guards and all the people that were waiting for the presidents. And I told one of the officials, hey, that's my High Commissioner, you cannot leave him there. No, but it's not allowed here. I came out, I picked him, hey, MANOAH, come for the lunch, you remember? And the lunch was good. Then he came in for the lunch, and perhaps Uhuru Kenyatta was the president, then was surprised to meet him there. But you see, these two stories tell me two things. First is the love of MANOAH for his family, whom he has taken all over the place, and his children and wife, and how wife has repaid that by supporting him in his job. And in fact, doing a lot, because you also did a master's here. You were not just doing nothing. So it's very interesting that when you see a successful High Commissioner, you sometimes see a more successful mother, and today is the Day of the Mothers in Kenya, at least, and in 26 other countries, supporting and pulling the family together. The second story of sitting outside the lunch was the patience, the peace, and simplicity of this High Commissioner, who came to London when people perhaps were not too interested in knowing the High Commissioner, and somehow he brought all of us together and was ready to support us. The next High Commissioner will have big shoes to fit in. I hope we will support her also as we supported MANOAH. I mean, Alicent and the whole team of the High Commission will have a hard time to adapt themselves to a new boss. It always happens. But we are ready to support also the incoming High Commissioner. And we thank MANOAH especially for taking us through COVID, very tough times in London especially, and also through a transition in politics in Kenya, which was bitter or difficult in Kenya, but not difficult in the UK, because here we didn't feel it. And it's already 2 years since the transition happened. Thank you very much. We could say Asante Sana, Biomono, Erokamano. We could keep going for 43 different languages, but we say what we express. And you have always promoted us. Joe, one of the best chefs we have in the UK, has been also full up for you. And I think everyone here has a story that could tell of how you have pulled us up. Even in the Commonwealth, where in those tough board meetings of governors, you always gave us incredible support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. During the term of His Excellency, he's worked with the community in the UK. I know he's based in London, but he has worked with community leaders from different regions. So I'll bring Chair from Peterborough, Chair Sherry, who will start. 2 minutes, please.
5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Mama. And me, I'll sing your song, Sura yako mzuri, Mama. And I'll change it to Roho yako mzuri, Mama. Thank you so much. Simplicity. When I was invited during your tenure to the High Commission, we were dancing and everything. Sadly, I was on a wheelchair. Simplicity. You didn't care that there was a woman there in a wheelchair. You came and said hi, and I felt welcome. So when you talk about diversity, when you talk about welcoming everybody, when you talk about welcoming young people, congratulations and well done. That's what we need as equality. My name is Benedetta Sherry-Omondi. I'm an equality officer and also the chair of equality in Peterborough and East Anglia. That's why I know what equality is. So thank you for including us. Inclusion is a very big word, and thank you that you actually did that. Well, it's so sad when you have grief and you want help and you can't get it and you don't know where to go. But some of us who are in Mashambani, I call it Mashambani because it's not in London. At times it's so difficult for us to reach the embassy, but it's not far. It's just a phone call away. So I would like to tell you that your officers, through your leadership, I believe it's through your leadership and your wonderful leadership, they've been able to help us when we had to take somebody home who died. And the family did not know what to do. And they were saying, we don't know what to do. And the council was saying, well, we don't know what to do. As leaders, Chair Lucas and your committee, you people help us. And we said we're going to go to the High Commission. So thank you very much to be able to help people when they're going through stuff. Mental health is real, especially when you're going through grief. And when you go next to Scotland, whether you are not the commissioner, we are in the middle there. Their train passes Peterborough. Please stop over, because we actually take care of people who are in part of Northampton, Leicestershire, and Cambridge. So your officers have not come that side, but we know it's telephone away. You've really helped us from that side. When we call, you respond, and we thank you. May God bless you, wherever you take to go forward. Na mrembo, uendelee na kazi nzuri. Mungu awabariki. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll bring on the chair from Oxford, Chair Dan Gatuko. Karibu, Chair. Sianguke uliambo ucheze hiyo kitu sio ukanya.
Good evening. Yeah, well, I think everything has been said. Thank you, Ambassador Manoah and Ibegeni. Is an honor actually having you, because a lot of things which have been said here today is about inclusivity, and actually being able to approach your office has been wonderful, because there was one time where, as a community leader, it was untouchable, and we are kind of like the gukas of this nation. And when the young ones come in and we cannot help them, and actually we cannot even advise them where to go, and it's very difficult, because you're thinking, you've been here so long, why is it not possible just to approach the office and help you with, sometimes it's just as simple as going next door to buy unga ugali, but it's not as simple as that for a new person in this country. So it's an honor having you here. It's really sad that you're leaving, but We thank you for your time here. We thank your family for supporting us as a Kenyan, as a community. And you can see with the love of, I'm sure this hall would have actually filled even wider, even 3 halls, three times like this. But it's wonderful having you here. God bless you in your future journeys and all the best. Sateni.
Thank you, Chair Dan. Chair Washira from United Kenyan Community, UKC. I saw you.
My name is Washira Zangi. I'm the chair of the United Kenya Community. First, I want to thank Your Excellency. Thank you so much for the support that you have given us as a community. You have enabled us to grow, to come up with projects that we didn't know we can reach to heights. Thank you. My sister here, she's asking whether I am a chair. Yes, I am. I've known Waidiegeni for a long time. Her honorary brother was my workmate for a long time from Lanana. So, yeah. The United Kenya Community, we focus more on the investment bits of, we are so much into microfinancing. At the same time, we try to grow the community by trying to bridge the gap. One of the gaps that we have identified is fathers, we are not able to communicate very well with our sons. So the boys, they are so much close to their mothers know everything about them. So that is one of the bits that we have been trying to grow. So we have something we call the fathers and sons, and I would encourage any father who is around, please reach us to us, and then probably we can be able to learn together. We share, we tell you what we do. You also, that is just across board. It's not for the clergy or anything, so you are very much welcome. Our next step is on microfinancing. We are starting the Kenya UK GB Circle, which should be launching very soon. So that is our work. And one ambassador, Safari Njema, we don't know where God is going to take you next. Professor Louis, thank you so much for speaking to our boys. And we hope to call on you again. Hey, it's very difficult to get an appointment with you. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. I was waiting for you to go 3 minutes, but you took 1.5. So thank you very much for sharing your time. I'll bring in the chair from Slough, Chair Monica. Put your hands together for Chair Monica.
My name is Monica. I'm the chairperson for Slough. Chair Lucas knows I'm not very good in speaking in public, but I thank you very much for the invitation today. I concur with everything that has been said today because I've been here for 22 years, and I think the last few years is the only one that I've found it that I can call the High Commission and I can get answers or I can get help. Especially, there was one time I had crisis with a young lady with mental issues, and the High Commission was very, very helpful. So I thank you very much. At the moment, we are having crisis with the people who are coming with the COS, and that's why we're trying to navigate. So I'll be calling the High Commission soon. Thank you very much. Sorry, I get a bit nervous speaking in public. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chairs are strong. She gets nervous, but the work she does in Slough, it's amazing. So sometimes it's not like us who payuka here on the mic. There are some people who do the real job. So Chair Monica has done and supported Slough quite a lot. Asante, Chair. And let me just acknowledge JT. JT, if you just wave, that is the guy who takes charge of hata wakizima taa tutaongea tu. So JT is the guy who deals with the media department, and he was the one who was to speak on behalf of the media in the UK. Lakini akaona vile Monica ameogopa pia akaogopa. So that's JT. Now I'll bring in the chair for Kenya Community Chairpersons Council, who is Chair Agre. I was there for 4 years. We did elections and we got another hardworking chair who was my SG for 4 years. So welcome, Chair Agre, and speak to your community.
Thank you so much, Chair Lucas. Wapi ya watu ya taa? Lazima taa sasa tuwezi soma. Your Excellency, High Commission, Mrs. ESIPISU, your family, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Karibuni. My name's Agri Kanyanga, and I'm not only the chair for KCCC, but I'm also the chair of Hertfordshire region. And so I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all. This is our region. We hope you've all enjoyed the 2 days that we had the investment forum, which has been crowned by this wonderful event. Before I proceed by thanking you, Your Excellency, I've received a message of goodwill from our counterparts in Europe, the KDLFE, Kenya Diaspora Leadership Forum. They've been in touch with us, and I'll just read the statement that came from them. They've said, Your Excellency, sir, allow me to express my appreciation and gratitude for your excellent support in all the activities organized by the KDLFE, as you worked very closely with the former KCCC chair, who is one of the co-founders of KDLFE, Chair Lucas Kamau. Especially, we are extremely grateful for the fact that during our online launch, you took time in your very busy schedule that day, and even if it meant you could only appear online for a few minutes to congratulate us and encourage us. That meant a lot for us, sir, because as you know, UK is a very important part of our diaspora constituency in Europe. Your presence in UK has been very much cherished, and your valuable work and support contributed to the intensification of growth in collaboration and networking in KDLFE members' countries, because often the things we discuss in our meetings were communicated to government officials in meetings you organized, bringing together the government officials concerned and the Kenya diaspora in the UK, led by Chair Lucas Kamau. We all in KDLFE will always remember your great collaboration and the strong ties you had with Chair Lucas, which benefited us too. I must admit, we all in KDLFE secretly admired your working relationship. We are going to miss you, wish you luck in your new role and your future. You are truly an exceptional leader. Dorothy Atema, Secretary General for KDLFE, and this was done on behalf of the KDLFE President, Frederick Makosir. Your Excellency, I, as a chair of KCCC, did not directly work with you, but I was mtu ya mkono ya Lucas. So most of the collaboration, the statements, even when we had important dignitaries coming from Kenya, we worked with Lucas tirelessly to make sure that they were polished, they were well done. We talked to our chairs from the different regions to ensure that we are all in sync, and then that way we worked with you. I must say that the administration has opened a way for Kenyans in the diaspora, and I believe that the template you've set, if it's going to be taken on by whoever is going to come into office, we will see much progress being made within the diaspora. During your tenure, we have succeeded in many ventures. Notably, I can remember the first general elections where Kenyans were allowed to vote. Tirelessly, we worked with the IEBC and the chairs from the different regions and other community leaders to ensure that that was executed, and I'm proud to say that we were among the top countries in terms of numbers of people who voted. See you next time, Makovi. And that can only be possible because, Your Excellency, you made a conducive environment. I cannot single out a single officer from your office who has been very cooperative with us, even working odd hours, some of them even extending their personal phone numbers so that they can be able to solve community issues with us. And that can only have come from the top. And Your Excellency, we really want to appreciate you on that front. Also, we are proud that all across the UK we have Swahili lessons, and this has come while you are in office, and we are working with the ministry, and they are very keen to support that venture because, again, you've given us opportunities to meet the peers, and we've discussed with them, and the ministry are keen to support us on that venture. Councillor, that little issue of Kiswahili, we have our second cohort of Swahili starting soon. And we have our Swahili assembly next week on Sunday. We are going to invite all of you, and we hope that you come and attend and see what wonderful things our children have learned. I sit on those Swahili lessons from morning. They go from early morning until about 6 o'clock in the evening. And you can see a lot of progress being made by our children. We intend to introduce an element of culture there so that our children can learn about our culture, more tangible things. KCCC is an umbrella organization comprising of chairs from different regions. But it is not just exceptional for chairs. Lately, we are looking to have other members join, other groups that do good work within the community, because we believe chairs cannot have answers to everything. But I think if we coordinate our efforts, we are going to make a very good case for Kenyans living in the UK and the diaspora at large. I think the important thing for us to note here is that it's important for us to make the work of the embassy easy by channeling our concerns through a single channel rather than all of us trying to get our problems solved. And that is why KCCC exists. I want to encourage you, wherever you are, if you do not belong to a community, if it does not exist, it's your responsibility to start one. And if it exists, then join those who are there. They are not perfect. They have their challenges, but you cannot criticize from outside. Go in and make the changes that you think should be made so that we have very good operating communities in the UK. Your Excellency, thank you so much for honoring this invitation. I want also to thank my Kenyan community leaders from Hertfordshire. I have my board, Eva, who is there, and we also have some members of the Kenyan Hertfordshire Association. Eva is the very first woman to be elected on the police board. She's doing wonderful work there. And you can see when you find Kenyans progressing like this, again, it's what has been set up from the top. It makes people comfortable to feel that they can get involved to do the good work. So, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot speak a lot about my engagement with the High Commission's office without inviting my chair, Lucas Kamau. He used to be my boss, but now I'm his boss. And that's the way it goes, but we work together very closely, and Lucas has tirelessly worked to make sure not only the communities in the UK are together, but we have transversed across Europe. And I think we are not only going to stop there, we are going to look at bringing the whole diaspora together so that we have a single voice, so that our matters can be articulated more clearly and they can be dealt with precisely. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for visiting Hertfordshire. It is our honor to have this great event in Hertfordshire. Your Excellency and your family, we want to wish you the very best as you take on a new chapter in your life. Mungu akubariki sana. Asante.
Thank you so much, Chair. I know I'll break protocol a little bit, Chair, allow me, because we have the Chair for Southampton here. Chair Ben, just come over for a minute, please. You appeared in the program, you disappeared on the seat at the back.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, your beautiful wife here, your handsome boys there, It's nothing more I can add. But that gentleman there, please stand up, Excellency, just stand a bit. That man there is a person with big heart. Because what has been said is all good things about him. If it was not for his big heart, then I know once you got in the high seat of power, you look people down and say, Chanao. But I don't think anybody who's there said, oh, this man, I went to him and he said, oh, he turned me down. Saleh said, Sheriff said, you on a wheelchair, and he came to you and said hello. So many people look you down and say, that's just another person. Sit down, sir. But that man there is what we call human. And Utu come from within, not from what you see. But you look at him, you say, just meet that person outside the street. Utamsukuma tu. Utamsukuma tu. Lakini, what he has done, as my Chijea here said, I've not worked direct with him. But what has been said, what we heard about him, he's a truly good person. And thank you very much for your time. And everybody who's been here shows that they appreciate your presence. Others there's so many tumekuwa tunafanya barbecue huko nje. Lakini we had to come here because of you and who you are. And I wish you all the best. And whenever you come back here, just say hello to one of us, then we can always hook up and nasikia kuna mahali kunaitwa Kalabash. Anywhere. And thank you very much, Lucas, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, yangu itakuwa ni machache. For me, I came to meet the High Commissioner in the mission. And apart from how he interacted with the community, he has also made sure that the mission has worked very well with the community. So I want to recognize all the mission staff who are here. If you could please stand up so that we recognize you, Alicent and the group. So these are wonderful people. You know, without a team, then MANOAH would not have been who he has been in the community. So we appreciate you. Anytime you call Felix, you call Jane, you call Alicent, they will make sure that the work is done, and together with the other team, you may take your seats. Thank you. You know, people can praise you because you are seated there, but even in your absence, Your Excellency, we would still say this, that the mission has really changed. And for us who are in the community, we know, because we are the people who do the job on the grassroots, mashinani. And when we come to you and your team, we haven't been turned away. Especially some people called from the airport, and these chairs that have spoken here, people called from the airport. We don't know that visas have been introduced into Kenya. We have British passports. And Alicent will give you a visa in 5 minutes, and you'll be on that next flight. So your team has really worked so hard. And because of your team and yourself, and the support obviously from your family, we have seen and we have worked very easily and closely with yourself. So we really appreciate you. I saw the appointment of the new High Commissioner who is coming, and the deputy, and I told the deputy who is coming on, the shoes of MANOAH are huge shoes. Make sure that you walk on those shoes and make sure that you deliver to us. And because of the work that you have done to this team and with this team, I'm sure that even those who are coming, they will deliver because you have set a very good precedence. So we appreciate you and we honor you. Even as you depart, when you come to the UK, so you can always come. You will enjoy life here in the UK. So you are part of us, and your children are here, so they are still part of the community here even as you depart. Thank you so much. Allow me to bring or before I bring the family, I'll bring the wife later. But allow me to bring Alicent from the mission. Put your hands together for Alicent.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. God is good all the time. And all the time. God is good. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank you Kenyans for putting together this event on behalf of our High Commissioner, His Excellency Ambassador MANOAH. This shows the love that you have and the appreciation that you have for him and the mission as a whole. I know my colleagues have stood, but I would want them to introduce themselves so that you can put the name to the face, and so that even when you come to the mission, you can interact with them freely. Please stand up and say your names.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sergeant Kimemia.
Put the mic closer to your mouth.
Okay. Good evening again.
Good evening.
My name is Sergeant Kimemia, and I work in the High Commissioner's office.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dion Yonkuru. I'm not Kenyan, I'm Burundian, and I'm the one who facilitated the team to go wherever they want to go. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, my voice is out. My name is Nancy Diana, and I'm a political officer. I work on the multilateral side of the mission. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Grace Ifuma, Finance Assistant. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Fidel Omute, handle bilateral affairs between Kenya and the UK. Thank you.
We also have one more colleague. I think he stepped out. He's John Omingo, and he's our maritime attaché. He's barely 2 weeks old. Let me start by saying that I've interacted with quite a number of you. Half of the people in this place have interacted with you. That has been enabled by my High Commissioner. And I would want to appreciate the cooperation that you have accorded us. Indeed, it's important that Lucas has said that we have worked very closely. And it is true that we have had to go out of our way to assist those Kenyans traveling, those who have been bereaved. We have worked very closely with the community leaders, and this has been also made easier by the High Commissioner because every place, every event that he has attended, he has not gone alone. He has always carried us along. So the contact that I have today, personally, it is because of the High Commissioner. You've talked a lot of good about him. We can only tell you that he has an open door policy. Even as staff of the High Commission, we have always walked to his office without appointments. We don't need appointments to go to his office. Anytime you need to consult, whether it is on phone, whether it is walking right into his office, that is exactly what we've done. Indeed, he's going to leave behind big shoes. We'll mark time, for quite some time to fit into those. But with your support, we will make it. We only need to work together as a team. Because if we work together as a team, we'll achieve more. And I would want to say that it is through his tenure, I think that is when you started hearing about mobile consular services. We've gone to almost every corner where he has to visit a Kenyan community. In most cases, we have been there with him for the mobile consular services, and we hope we will continue with the same. We only need to plan for it, and then we will get there. It is your day today, it is not the Commission's day, and I would wish that I do not take all the time so that I can give the opportunity to you guys to interact and to say what you needed to say. But we are very, very grateful for putting this together and also inviting us to be part of this. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Alison, for that. So now I'll bring in Mrs. Ambassador, Madam Waidi again. Karibu.
Oh, good evening, everybody. I know I'm not Madam Ambassador, you know, that's my mom. But I did want to make a quick point before my mom would grace you with her words. Oh, sorry, so of course Your Excellency. You're right, huh? You're having a good time? I think before my mom speaks to all of you guys, I just want to say, first of all, on behalf of my brothers, thank you for those who've supported us. There are too many to go around the room to call you guys out individually. Those who've been friends, those who've given us opportunities. But one thing I do want to say, remember guys, it is Mother's Day everywhere outside of the UK. You know, Mothering Sunday came and passed. My mother's not just, she's not just the wife. She is a mother, she is her own person. And that is a very important thing. Please, she's not just the wife. Don't regulate her.
That is a well-taught son. Do all the mothers agree? Your Excellency, the High Commissioner, who I have had the privilege to call my sweetheart for many years. Chair of Chairman, and former Chair of Chairman. And I don't think there are any protocols to be observed. I stand on whatever was established. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening.
Yangu ni machache. And I suppose since it's Mother's Day, did somebody say 26 other countries? So, happy Mother's Day to my fellow mothers. I want to remind us moms that no matter what state our relationship with our children is at this moment, we've done a good job. Nobody else is reminding you, take this as a reminder you've done a good job. They are responsible for themselves. Now, it's not often that I get privileged to speak because that privilege often belongs to my dear husband. But I want to say something. You are all in the Kenyan community here in the UK. I thank you for supporting the High Commissioner and his team. And he has a fantastic team. So to Alison and Jane and Dio and Diana and Fidel and who have I left out? Grace and John, and all of you other colleagues who can be here. Thank you so much. It's not been an easy ride, but boy, it's been a good ride. I think, sweetheart, we can honestly say it's been a good innings. Yeah? Fine innings, as they say in cricket. But you're all privileged people. The Kenyan community, I want you to recognize that you're all very privileged people. Why do I say you're privileged people? Because you chose this country. You chose the UK. Of all other places you could have been, you chose this country. And maybe you landed here
there's a by the way, and then it chose you, and it grew on you, and you stayed, but you chose this country. But the privilege comes in the fact that you live in your chosen land, that you keep root and branch and love in your homeland. And some of the work that I have done, besides being his wife, is working with supporting some charities to help refugees. And you listen to refugee people, you listen to people who left their home as bombs were falling behind them, or left their home when everybody had been murdered around them, and they left with the only thing they had on them was the clothes they had. And they didn't have a choice. So they had ended somewhere, and they didn't have a choice. So why am I saying this? So that to remind you to celebrate your choice. And then we have to, you have all talked about your relationship with the Kenya High Commission and how the Kenya High Commission has opened up and supported you. And the High Commissioner, indeed, leaves very big shoes wherever he goes. This is not the first time. He's a compulsive overachiever, but I love him anyway. The thing is that the foundation has been laid. And what you have done, and I'm not saying this was new, he found a foundation that his predecessors had built, and he carried on that work. And the thing about construction, it's an area I love, is if the foundation is not right, you can't build. The building you build will not hold. So you've had a foundation. If there's something that's not right, fix it quickly, and keep building. Keep building, but do not wait for conditions to be perfect, because they'll never be. I remember when we first met with Jude at the 2019 student conference, and we had traveled with Minister Amina on the train, and we were standing somewhere, and something was going wrong, and we're looking at each other. We hardly met, we hadn't known each other for 5 minutes, but we're spotting something over there, and we're looking at each other. And we quickly found a solution, because that's what you do. You build on what's been built, but if you see a fault, you fix it quickly so that you carry on building. And that's what I want. That's what I pray for you, that each of you, whatever you're doing in your political career, in your business, in building your fantastic cooking, keep going, keep building, but keep honoring one another. Here in the setting and wherever you are, keep honoring one another, because your sense of community is important. And it's a good foundation for each of you and for all of us in this community and in this country. So God bless you. And I think that it was 3.5 minutes, Mr. Chairman. I was waiting for you to stand up and get the microphone. Now God, this is one of those things I love. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this line for a very long time. Can I use it? It is now my singular honor, ladies and gentlemen. It's my singular honor and privilege to invite to speak to you. There's no podium, but to invite His Excellency, my sweetheart, father of my handsome children, your High Commissioner.
Yeah, he knows I like this particular artist craft. Hamjambo tena. First, to thank God for the opportunity to be here at this time and hour, but also to be in the United Kingdom in this season, which for us has been a really tremendous good time and a really fine innings, as my wife just mentioned. I want to thank Henry and Lucas and the team for putting this together. They put this together without asking me, and kind of sent me a program and told me you need to be coming to this event. So, asante, nashukuru sana. I know that when it comes to goodbyes, lots of people have difficulty with that. But I always tell my team at the mission, and because we operate on revolving door policy. There are those that must come, and there are those that must leave, and the others must come back in. And so this is just a natural progression of how this life is lived. That you get on the stage, you do your bit, when that time is up, you head to the door, because gladly the door will be open. So I want to start by thanking my wife and our boys for standing by me all the time, for being there sometimes when you stress me. And for making sure that at the end of the day, life is worth living. Wow. And I want to thank the team from the mission. Please stand. I know these guys have seen me, but please stand up. I really thank them, because when all those things you have been talking about don't happen without them. Nothing really happens without them. These guys are the ones, when you call me and tell me there's somebody stuck at the airport, and Alison will tell you how many times I've woken her up in the middle of the night to attend to something at the airport. So these things happen because these people really sacrifice their time, really sacrifice their energies, and are really dedicated to the cause of building our country. And building it for us here in the United Kingdom, but also building it for home. That's why we're here, to build our country. I know that Dio here is across the country more than most people in this room. Right from Southampton to Edinburgh and back, and sometimes without having to cry for time off, because even if you ask for it, no one will give you. Jane here deals with delegations all the time, arranging how they go around, facilitating them, and which is why Lucas knows her, because when he can't find anyone at the office, Jane is a folder. Yeah. Diana here has really done excellent work on a multi.
Your family.
Lateral side, dealing with people like the International Maritime Organization, but also dealing with Kenyans. When you call and ask to schedule things, meetings clashing and things like that, she's worked to help settle everyone's nerves, and that's really important in this job. And Fidel here is responsible for our bilateral relations with the UK. When you hear that the King is welcoming us to the palace, people like Fidel are making that happen, even though it is me who gets the credit. Grace, of course, takes care of our money, working under the financial attaché. But you know, if Mama Nyak says, come to Scotland, Grace can't find the money, we don't come to Scotland. So this is important. And John has just joined the mission to lead our work in the maritime area, the International Maritime Organization. And it's really an important bit because it shows that the work we have done over the last 5 years has been sufficient for our government to feel that we need a senior officer permanently stationed at the International Maritime Organization. So I thank them, I thank my staff for this and for making this happen, because more senior people coming, you know, that's the more senior the mandate, the more serious they work, and we can look to them to continue this work that we've talked about, because I know in the heart of hearts that this is one of the most capable teams in any mission anywhere in the world, and I thank you. When I arrived here can I remember when that was? November, I actually got here November 16, 2018. And there was an event done for me by Kenya Society on the 20th of November, a Karibu Balozi event. So I went there, you know, to listen, to hear the vibes, and to have a sense of what is it that you wanted us to do together to deliver the vision for our country. And at the time, I have to say that the ambition wasn't great. Maybe because the threshold was low, so the ambition wasn't great. You wanted just a vote. Yeah, that was an irreducible minimum. that you must vote in the next election. You told me that our consular services were shit. Excuse my language. That's true, isn't it? That's true. Yeah. You told me that we were completely inaccessible, and you told me that you wanted to see a greater presence of our country in this country. And on that score, I can say we've done it.
Yes.
And we've done that because you've been there to support us. These things take you being persistent about what you want and what you demand, to press us to realize that these are not things that you merely wish as a wish list, but are things that you really want delivered because they are things you believe in. And so you've really been great in that respect, pushing us to do these things. As Alison told me, mobile consular services, we were the first mission to really explore that across the country. We did it well before Nairobi did it. And based on the results we were achieving, we were able to report back, and it's helped the ministry do this elsewhere in the world. And your appointment system, that is one thing I remember that was really vexing for most of you. The idea that you come up at a mission, line up, queue, it doesn't matter whether it's raining or not, you're stuck outside. And then we put together the appointment system, which some of you immediately rebelled against. Your appointments didn't work. But in the end, it is something that everyone embraces, and you know that you come at a given time for the definitive service, and that's done, and everyone is happy because you are served in the time that you need to be served. And so this has been kind of a journey of innovation in that respect. But it's always important that you bring people along. So sometimes, of course, we had lots of Zooms to try to explain what we are doing. And you know, the Zoom is nothing unless people actually show up. And you as Kenyans have always shown up to our meetings, which has really been significant. I think when you go to a mission abroad for somebody like me, there are kind of things that you think are important to do. And one of those is to make sure that your local constituency has its issues addressed, and that you are available to sort those things out, because we are not hired as your bosses. We are hired as people who facilitate you to get to what you want to achieve. And it's something that I think often people who have served in this type of jobs don't really embrace, because people think that this job is about themselves. But the basic point is that this job is about service. This job is about you. And to the extent that we are facilitating you, I think we are doing well. And if we are not facilitating you, we are being a little happy, you say. But Milan would say we can't defend. So a couple of things that I think we really enjoyed: our partnership to deliver a service to you, our partnership to support young people, partnership to support education. Of course, we have had, in the time I've been here, 4 visits by President Kenyatta, 2 visits by President Ruto as president, 2 visits by President Ruto as a deputy president. I can almost tell you that is the highest number of visits by a head of state to a country in any of our embassies in the world. We have had the King's visit, and I always tell people, if you are always visiting this chap who never visits you, that's a problem. And so it was really fantastic for the King to visit us in return to these many visits. Instead of visiting another European country first. So this was fantastic. And of course, before that, is welcoming 400 of us to Buckingham Palace. 400 diverse people. 400 people nominated mainly by community groups, Kenyan community groups, so charities and people like that. I always tell people, don't be too upset you didn't make the list if you didn't. But it's 400 people, we are 200,000. The visit itself was quite significant in my view. And it goes to show that you are valued in the country in which you pretty much have made your home. The other thing about that particular visit, if you didn't know, it was the first time the King has hosted Kenya or any other nation state in his palace in 60 years. And finally, we have tried to support economic activity both sides. Economic activity both sides is important because, and I always tell you this, you have influence in the area in which you have invested. You invest in this country, you've got influence here. You invest back home, you have influence back home. And so our trade remains in surplus for Kenya. Yeah. Wow. It's in fact the only large country in which Kenya has a surplus in terms of trade. And that is then reflected from around the world, because these are the things that people remember when you're off that stage, and they remember that you did this even-handed, you did this with grace, you did this without necessarily expecting anything in return. And so, yes, to thank you for making this journey a tremendous success in my view, for making life in the United Kingdom, which I like and love, a great success. and for giving the Kenya High Commission team every support that you have given at every stage. I can tell you that today, at least this team is here. So the new guys arriving will be given the support they require to deliver the same levels. It is something that they have been committed to doing. It's something that I don't think will suddenly change because of the state. I remain available to you, wherever I am. Lots of people. Lots of guys have been asking me, so what next? And I've been telling them, please don't jinx it. It's always like in this world. I think don't utter things until signatures are drawn, and the next move is the next move. And in fact, sometimes even signatures can be drawn, but it's not gazetted. That will also change. But my son was talking about support, so let me talk about that. I can talk on behalf of my sons, as well as sons of other Kenyans in this space. These guys are in school, they're reading, or they're they're done with schooling. You guys, lots of you guys around the table have opportunities. Please make those opportunities available to them. Actually tell them that there are opportunities, because these things are not, they can't know that the opportunities are in your pocket. Those opportunities have to come. And don't provide opportunities only to your family. It's not useful. Okay, it's useful to you if you don't know. But draw the circle, make the circle larger, and draw in people that are not necessarily from wherever. Because that is the way we are going to continue to make a difference, really across our country. Reach out to them and make them feel that any home they can visit, that they will be safe there. That we have caring people. We don't have people who just care for the High Commissioner, but they can care for MANOAH as MANOAH, title notwithstanding. Yes. Yeah? Because that makes a difference between whether you are a genuine friend or you are a fly-by-night. Yes. And we try to grow friends, genuinely. And we try to support each other as friends. Even though in our position we support you, President Kenyatta used to say irregardless. so because it's partly our duty to do so. But as a community, please take care of each other, take care of these kids that are coming through the system. Yes. Let's not have our children walking the streets of the United Kingdom wondering where they will find a job or whether anything exists. And here you are, hiyo kitu umeweka mfukoni na cheka nayo hapo. Tafadhali tuheshimiane. Finally, Judy knows that I have a special place for academia. Yeah, and there's lots of. Yeah, Banis was saying that 56 partnerships that came out of this Manchester, this Kenya-UK Health Alliance thing. And that's an area that I will continue to lend my hand to. I believe very strongly that keeping our universities, Kenyan universities and UK universities, UK research institutions and Kenyan research institutions, UK innovators and Kenyan innovators glued together, that is what is going to help us deliver on the progress that we need to grow our two countries. So thank you again for putting this together. I really appreciate that. It's only when these things happen that you know that you have touched people, and it's also fantastic. And Joe, thank you. Yeah. Joe has really served fantastic food over the last few years. Yeah. And you know, people take these things for granted, but to always be there when you're called upon to do these things, that is also sacrifice.
Yeah.
And to every one of you for the sacrifices you made for your country, for yourselves, for your communities, I thank you. I am sure that my friends always tell me this is not a goodbye, so let me say this is not a goodbye. We shall interact here, we shall interact in Nairobi, we shall interact wherever God guides and leads, and we shall always, my family will always be with you. Thank you.
Tusimameni kidogo tupigie makofi. Thank you. So natuketi tafadhali. And finish shortly, but we have something for His Excellency. So I'll bring on Professor Dr. Langat, who will bring the team. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sir Lucas. Good afternoon, everyone. His Excellency Balozi MANOAH ESIPISU, our outgoing High Commissioner Kenya to the Court of St. James, and Madam Ethegeni and the boys, and of course waheshimiwa. I've seen a young councillor here, my chairs, guests like Alex, and the rest of you. I hope you are all having a good time. I think we are having and listening to incredible stories, and Lucas has made my part of this program slightly difficult because the notes I had made, Balozi has actually gone through them. So I'll try to rephrase them in one way or the other. First and foremost, we all agree that Balozi has been a true diplomat. Many of Kenyans around the world envy. We've had the guys from KLFE reading that, or you sending us that message, which is incredible. I say it's been a true diplomat. He mentioned himself here that he oversaw some incredible things here. I remember during the time we had two protagonists, the President and the Right Honorable. They were both here in the UK almost at the same time to be in the Chatham House. And you can imagine all that is daunting, but he delivered that well. That has actually been seen across, and you will all clap because I was fortunate to attend the Diplomat Awards, and he was awarded the Diplomat of the Year for Africa 2024. So it's incredible that not only us notices his work, but also his peers and other countries. His Excellency Balozi, the list of achievements that you have overseen in this country are very, very long. You've mentioned yourself about working and helping the 400 of us to go to the palace for the reception. You have described how that has been good. It was memorable for us. I think we don't know whether we'll have such an opportunity, but that is one of many, many things that you have delivered for us. You leave a lasting legacy. I think it's been said that Catherine and Waroy will have a tough time when they join in. May I say that we pushed for mobile consular services, which
what you have done in this country is a template actually for the rest of the world, because the State Department for Diaspora Affairs have taken that from here because it was your innovation, and the rest of the missions, the 66 missions around the world, are also borrowing from many of your innovations. I think Alex's sneaked out would have confirmed that you are a Kenyan daring abroad. I think there is no testament of a Kenyan doing well outside Kenya and yourself. So I hope we will watch your stories very soon in Alex's channels. We wish you and your family, and of course the boys, all the best. But as you have said very well, the boys might be staying with us, and we want to confirm to them that we are here for you. Take our numbers. We are either your brothers, aunties, dads. Stay with us. We will take good care of you. And as we wish Balozi and perhaps Madam the best as they begin a new tour elsewhere. We don't want to say it's ending a tour here. It's actually the beginning of tour elsewhere. I will probably make a request of 3 individuals to come help me. First, Sherry Davis, Princess Wanda, and Lydia, to appreciate Balozi and Madam in a different way. Initially, I think we had a debate, and now we are going to do this because we want to toast or hold a glass and express our good wishes and respect. Balozi and I will request Sherry to probably lead us on that. You just hold a glass and you do something, but I'll ask Sherry to do that. And then Lydia and Princess, if you can join us as well, that would be good. Sherry?
Thank you, Dr. Lagat. Can I say, Your Excellency, MANOAH, and also Waithi Ngeni, how grateful I am that you've supported the projects that I've done as a creative. Thank you so much, Waithi Ngeni, for visiting my exhibition at the Woodman Museum, and also Ambassador for tweeting and supporting what I've done. It means the world, honestly. And I love that people think that they're sisters. I take it as such a compliment because you are such a beautiful and elegant and powerful and perspicacious woman. And the write-up you crafted about my project really touched me. So, can we raise a glass? I need a glass. Asante sana. To His Excellency, the incredible Waithi Ngeni and the boys, and to everybody in this room, we are grateful for every opportunity that you've granted us, for your kindness, for your warmth and your generosity. Asante.
So next is Princess, and I would expect Lydia to make our way up here as well.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Hey, are you people hungry? Good evening, everyone. That's better. Right. I've got a few words for you, His Excellency. It's with great honor and a privilege that we gather here today. Sorry. Lydia. I'll give that round of applause for Lydia. Right. It is with great honor and privilege that we gather here today to pay tribute to our distinguished guest, our leader, His Excellency MANOAH ESIPISU, and definitely we cannot forget Mrs. Waigegeni ESIPISU, because yes, we have His Excellency, but without the support of his wife and the mother of his children as well, then maybe he would not have been able to perform the work he has performed in the mission as he has done. As we bid farewell to a chapter marked by your remarkable stewardship, we also seize this moment to express our deepest appreciation for your unwavering dedication and profound contributions. I also stand here as Princess Wanga or Carol, and also I represent Sally, my chairlady in Lieutenant Alsabo Community Center. So, and she was here earlier, but she had to just go for an unavoidable circumstance. And she said that I should say to you, thank you very much for coming to our events, and Mrs. as well. You come to Lieutenant Dunstable and surrounding community events, our barbecues, our Thanksgiving, and we thank you very much. You've honored those invitations. And so as we bid you farewell, it was not by chance that you were awarded definitely the 2024 Diplomat of the Year from Africa. You deserve it this year and for the entire tenure you were there. In recognition of your exemplary service, it is our profound pleasure to present a token of our gratitude and a symbol of our collective admiration and respect for your tireless efforts in advancing diplomacy, fostering unity, and promoting progress in both local and global stages. Please join myself and Lydia and the entire of you, because you're all in this together, and send a warm round of applause as we present this gift to Your Excellency MANOAH ESIPISU, a leader whose legacy will continue to inspire us all. Thank you very much. We also have something for our lady, Mrs. Waigegeni ESIPISU. Please come forward.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful and generous gifts. I look forward to enjoying them. Much has been said, and it's not usually protocol to speak after my husband, but I'll deal with that later. But I just have one request for all of you, that, you know, as you say Kwaheri to us, that the next High Commissioner, as you welcome her, I'm sure you will welcome her. And I pray that and also for the team at the Kenya High Commission, I want to request each of you, when you're dealing with them, be kind. Be kind.
Thank you very much.